Hey Ayrton, welcome back. Thanks for that cheer to get the stream going. I'm just posting to Discord. Okay, a couple of things I want to do before I start drawing more sprites. Anything to avoid drawing more sprites. I did think of how to fix the problem with the foxes killing each other. It's pretty straightforward. It's an exception to the rule. I think that's why I was resistant to do it this way, because I like universal behavior and universal game rules, but it does make sense in this case. It's just something I have to keep in mind, because this code will probably be repurposed for other creatures in the future, and we might not want them to behave this same way, so it will have to be modified. But that's fine. Oh, okay, well, okay, so if that's actually already there on the nearest threat tracker, but add it to the nearby foxes of another pack tracker. We can actually remove the HP thing, I think. Well, I have to test it. I mean, if you have two foxes and they attack each other, whoever hits hardest wins, essentially. Because we have this thing where their threat level is... Why am I using the global in there? I don't know. Okay, I guess so. I guess it makes sense. Does it make sense? Yeah. Their threat level is modified by their HP, so their threat level goes down as their health goes down, and as soon as one of them realizes that it has a lower threat level than the other one, it's gonna flee instead of continuing to fight. Or that's what we would hope it would do, assuming everything's working correctly. I mean, it's all there. It's set up so that they will do that. Total threat level is greater than allied threat level plus threat level. Yeah. Got the range check on that. So instead of having this HP check in here, we'll do target dot whoop. The hell? Why is it doing that? I'm trying to override this. I must have copied both of them. Target dot state equals target dot state flee. So if they're attacking something that starts running away, instead of chasing it, they're going to just stop attacking and return to idle. And we don't include fleeing foxes on the the nearest threat tracker and we don't include them on the nearby threats. That's what it's called in most other cases, the nearby threats tracker. It's just the foxes are only really concerned about other foxes, and at the time when I was originally writing all of this stuff, I wasn't really thinking about making it all kind of universal. So it has some weird names. Nearby foxes, other pack, instead of nearby threats. And that would be it, I guess. That would be it. So yeah, they will just basically, they will just both attack once. Unless they deal exactly the same amount of damage, because then their threat levels will still be the same. Oh, I suppose, okay, that is why we should keep the HP check in there, because if they were to deal, it could happen, they could just deal the same damage on every hit, and they would have an equal threat level right the way down until they killed each other. So we should still have a health check in there, actually. No, I still got it there. Okay. Foxes other. Yeah, and it's true. They shouldn't even really class, you know, foxes of the same pack as allies if they're below this HP. If they have less than 7 health, 7 or less health. Because they ain't going to be fighting, they're not going to back them up in that case. Okay, so now they will stop attacking fleeing targets. They will stop attacking targets with a health of 7 or below. They will not track targets that are fleeing or with a health of 7 or below, etc., etc. So there we go. The foxes shouldn't kill each other anymore. Thank God. And so I had a realization, I haven't tested it, but we have a look at human draw event, or any draw event really. So show bars. Oh yeah, it's show. Oh, no, it's fine. It's fine because my ridiculous naming conventions that are all over the place to begin with. As long as it's the same in the other creatures. Is it? I'm in the wrong event. Thank God. Okay, I don't actually have to do anything. I thought that these variables had the same name, and one was global and one was local, which would have caused an issue with the save load system, where if you enabled global show bars and then saved and loaded the game, that would have been loaded back in as a local show bars, and you would have had to have gone through and manually disabled the bars for every creature again. Just based on the way the loading system is set up. We can't have matching variable names. Damn it, that means I have to draw sprites now. Quickly, break the game, but code some more bugs in. So I guess I'll be basing these off of the default human sprites. Seems like probably the easiest starting point. They're going to be very similar. I think I'm going to do the foragers today, I think. Why do I feel like we're missing a... Oh, I skipped over one? Shit. Hey, Fizzy Busy, how's it going? Okay, there he is. There he is. And basically, I don't really know about the clothing, actually. I was just going to give him a little basket on their left arm. And I think I'm going to do a mask design that is like rounded at the top and goes down to like a pointed chin. I don't know, that just popped into my head this morning, so I thought, okay, I'll run with that idea. I don't get a lot of ideas. All right, I'll take the ones that I can get. Just, you know, sometimes I don't even think they're good, but it's better than trying to think of something better and inevitably failing. You know, I'll take the ideas I can get. Is he missing a little bit of highlighting on his arm there? Of course he is. Of course. Yeah, of course. Of course I would forget to do that. Right. So, well, I'm going to save as. First of all, save this in the correct directory. It's, no, not as a PNG. As an A-Sprite project. And this is Forager Male. And I'm really hoping that it's going to be a pretty easy one. I don't want to jinx myself or anything, but yeah, I'm just sort of going to... I wonder if they should have like the same sort of pants as the hunters, like the animal furs. Oh, it might be too similar. I'm running out of clothing options here to make them all sort of unique. We have reused some stuff, like the drummers and the shaman have the same clothes. Most of the others are unique. Well, I guess the hunters and the guards are kind of similar, but they're so different looking that it doesn't matter really. Damn it, yeah, that's the one thing I don't really have an idea for, be the clothing. Oh well, it would be really helpful if I like put the arms and legs on separate layers and stuff. That would be smart. Trying to figure out the pose. I think it's gonna be basically straightforwards. Not really sure how you represent that exactly isometrically. I think maybe the leg does kind of look better like that. Ooh, the waist is thinner, and then the, what is that? Thigh? What is that? Thigh is sticking out a bit. I'll run with it. I'll run with it for now. Thinking the arm is probably okay. It will reveal itself to me if I put the outline on. The outline always helps. That doesn't look too bad, actually. Maybe it's... I have a feeling that's it, but I'm gonna just try 1 pixel upwards. No. And that's it. I'm gonna open the window a bit more. That's pretty much it. I mean, we've got to figure out what kind of pants he should be wearing. But that is pretty much it. I want to keep these as simple as possible. I just want to get through it and get these sprites done. And I can, well, I mean, a large part of it is I kind of want them to be done by the 8th of next month, because I'll be able to, you know, show them to Jonas, and he'll be able to see what I imagine the characters kind of look like for the capsule art, because we are going to include every single character in the capsule art. And what do they say? A picture is worth 1,000 words. I don't really have to explain what they should look like if I can just show what they look like, right? But that is it. I just imagine them kind of like, they just have like a basket on their arm over here, which we probably should do on a new layer. Gonna make life a lot easier. Oh, yeah, what about the colors? What color is it gonna be? Well, we have the brown that we used on the mask and the belt. Maybe that in combination with a slightly lighter brown. Let me just... This is one of the hunters. Yeah, let me grab this brown color. See what that is. Actually, that might actually be the same as the... What is that? IDX4? And this one is IDX2. Oh, it's not the same. Okay. Yeah, I have very simple color palettes that are mainly based on the built-in... Wait, what? Mainly based on the built-in colors in GameMaker, because that's where I first started drawing the sprites, was just in the GameMaker sprite editor. But it's lighter. It is it slightly lighter than the other one? I can't even tell. It's exactly the same. Why does it have a different name if it's the same color? Okay. Well, that failed. Okay. See, normally I've been... I mean, I could go for like the same color as the mask, and it's just all going to be too much the same, isn't it? If it's all the same, it'll be too much the same. Just doing a loose kind of idea of what it might be like to get a sense of it. And then you would need like a darker interior, I suppose. That's definitely too light. Loosey goosey. Bring it around town. Bring it around town. Okay. Well, yeah, we definitely need... Am I actually going to have to... Problem is the skin tone is not far away. If we go much lighter, we're going to just run into the skin tone. Is that a pure black? It shouldn't be. Oh, for the outline. Right. No. The outline is in pure black. God, I hate this. It's too much choice. It's a very overwhelming. Like too much choice. I almost want to be using like 16-bit color or something, and then I don't get overwhelmed by the amount of potential colors I could be using. Because I don't know what looks good. I'm not trained in color theory. That's why we need a professional. Somebody who can really bring it around town. Okay. Something like that, I guess. Oh yeah, yep, that's the next major roadblock. Once we've got the Steam capsule art and the logo from Jonas, we need... I've already hired Jonas to do the capsule art and logo, which he will start work on next month. And then after that, I need to get the publishing deal so that I can afford to hire a pixel artist to do the in-game assets so that we have at least 3 levels finished for the trailer and screenshots so that I can launch the Steam page. Or possibly I can actually get an artist as part of the publishing deal. That would be acceptable too. We shall see. It depends on the studio and whatnot, I guess. It does seem like it should be a little bit deeper, just so you can fit a few extra berries in there. That's kind of what I'm thinking, something like that. It's well, it's a basket. Oh my god, that outline is getting a little bit crazy. Not sure about that. Might need to shorten the handle on it, actually, just because I don't think we could go longer. But that is too blocky. I'm actually working on a separate layer for once, so I can easily do that. Oh, nice. But yeah, it's kind of like, you know, it's a bit of a... do I want to do that, or should it kind of be hidden behind the hand? But then I would need to move it left 1 pixel. That looks weird. That does not look right. But at the same time, I think if I was to do this, it's gonna look pretty huge. I think maybe we just kind of go with this and hope for the best. Right? Oh man, but it's like one of those things, you know, I signed up to Steamworks now. I'm a Steam partner. I could launch the page at any point, really. But I can't actually launch it until we have all the assets. Hell yeah. Nice. Turns out just needed to go for a long drive and relax. Yeah, that's often the case. I think I kind of like that wider at the base there. And there's probably some shading on this bad boy. It would look pretty good. Yeah, it's amazing how so much of the creative process is just about relaxing. But yeah, it's very important to you get, like, you know, a little bit of a push from Steam when you first launch your Steam page, like 6,000 impressions or something. I forget the exact numbers, but it's like you've really got to make sure that you got your logo, your capsule art, at least 3 unique environments in the screenshots and trailer, you know, a good sort of description of the game and its features and everything. It's got to be good to go so that you capitalize on that little push that you get from Steam at the start, and then you've got to like snowball it. It's all about snowballing and hitting these various milestones. So it's like, even though I kind of have a Steam page, I can't actually launch it until we have all of those things to put on it. And unfortunately, one of those things, I really appreciate that. That's a guaranteed sale right there. That's great. Thank you very much. That is one thing I really enjoy supporting other creators, but I'm rarely in a position to do so. That would be even better. Yeah, it kind of bums me out, you know. I'd love to buy people's games or subscribe to them on Twitch, and I just can't really afford to do that, unfortunately. Maybe when I'm a billionaire game developer, I'll be able to do those things. Oh my god. Okay, well, I guess that is it. Unless we want to do like some dithering to give it like texture, or I don't know about that. Well, maybe, because I sort of imagine it as like, you know, it's a woven basket, right? And this is basically how we could represent that. But I think maybe instead of going all the way up to the top with the dithering, you would give it like a rim. Oh, this side over here is looking weird. It's all blending together. I don't really know what's what anymore. I sort of wonder if, like, just remove that whole piece. This is the problem with not using enough colors. I should really be using 3 colors for this, I suppose. Oh my god, I don't even know where the rim is anymore. Is that one? This one, maybe? That one? No. Maybe it's just like that. I do like the dithering, actually, on there. You could possibly go for like a dark. Is it possible that I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it now and ruin something. But can you, like? I'm assuming you can switch a sprite into like 16-bit or 8-bit color. But I'm scared that it will mess something up now. Yeah, you don't want to use a pure black. You just want to use a dark gray. See, that's still too dark, I think. I'm just thinking it will help. I'm going to try it. I have a feeling we'll stick with the brown, actually, but just want to... It kind of looks like it's full of coal. I think we'll stick with the brown there. Yeah, that's quite nice. It turned out better than expected. I'm just sort of wondering what's going on this left side here still. Yeah, I think I'll go with that pixel there. We just gotta figure out what kind of pants to give this guy, and put his mask on. I don't know. I almost felt like the idea that I had for the mask is like the face that you make when you eat a sour berry, with like a very small mouth, and it just comes down to a point. You know, they've been eating berries all day. They're bound to look like that, right? Also imagine their mask to be in a darker wood, but we've used the same color for all of them, and I'm kind of concerned about deviating from that now. I'd have to go through. I think I want them all to have the same color of mask, as if they're all made from the same wood. Hey Maxwell, how's it going? Welcome on in. Yeah, I would have to go through and change them all. It might be a good idea, actually, though, because it would differentiate the masks from the like leather of some of the clothing as well. Okay. Yeah, I might do that. I might dabble with some different colors for the masks. Good, good. Yeah, I'm doing pretty good, thanks. I think I might just want to erase this whole mask and start over. I don't know. It gives me a kind of a good reference point. But I think it's just going to be like thinner at the sides. I'm on the wrong layer now. Something dark side. Okay, let's have a fresh start here. Let's get rid of this. Okay, and the top should be more rounded. Imagine it's quite tall, but also with quite a long chin. He's a Balchinian! Something like that. Did I just draw that perfectly symmetrically first try? That was insane. Jesus. Pointier. Oh, even pointier? How long is it going to be? Okay, maybe we need to rethink this. Oh yeah, I've done axe throwing once, yeah. You know, it's funny, I was thinking about your question the other day when you asked what type of animal I would be if I was an animal, and I think my answer was wrong. I think I would be a lion. I'm pretty sure, despite my aspirations to be an eagle or something, I'm pretty sure I'm a lion. I don't think there's any denying that. Okay. He's looking a little bit like something out of Star Wars right now, but don't worry, we're gonna bring it around town. Eventually, hopefully. I don't wonder if like that should be 1 pixel higher, but then I'm gonna need to bring that in a bit. Where are we at now? Where are we at? Are we getting close? Whoa. Mosquito head. What is it? I can't tell what it is. It's not quite right, but I can't tell why. Maybe that actually should be longer. Oh, that might be... We might be headed in the right direction there. Okay, I'm willing to try shading that and put the outline in. See how we're doing. I need to close that window up again. It's going to be one of those days where I can't strike the balance, isn't it? You guys with your air conditioning in the States, you don't know how good you've got it. I'm constantly opening and closing the window by millimeters trying to get the frickin' temperature right. Okay. I mean, it's looking pretty weird. Maybe it just needs like the face. I sort of imagined, I was imagining kind of like, okay, I think I kind of resemble bees. That was an unintended side effect. It would be kind of cool if they did, though, because I mean, the bees pollinate the plants which they pick the berries from. That's a pretty cool. Pretty cool coincidence there. Now, we're gonna give them. Let's just go with the brown to begin with. I don't know if we're gonna give them red lips or not, but I just imagine they had like a really small little mouth. What is that? We're going back into the Star Wars territory. We're gonna stop that. Whoa. Okay. I don't know. I've got so few pixels here to work with. Oh my god. It would have to be like that, pretty much, I think. Maybe move it up 1 pixel or something. Oh, why does that look really creepy right now? This is some sort of demon that I've created. Are we just drawing handsome Squidward at this point? This is absolutely horrifying. That's not what I was going for. I was gonna do some... Felt like there should be some kind of thing going on up here, I don't know. Hey, become Kevin. This is a forager. Hard to believe, I know, but whoa, okay. But it's gonna be a forager for a GodSIM game that I'm making in GameMaker Studio 2. Been working on it for about 3 years now. We're getting close to having a Steam playtest build ready here soon. He's just looks like he's got honey on his head. Maybe he does. Okay. Eyebrows? Should we do eyebrows? Kind of like if they were going like up like this, they'd be almost like antennae. Fitting in with the bee theme, which we have accidentally struck upon completely unintentionally. Oh, good lord. It's merging into that. Maybe that's good. Is that what we want? I don't know. I have no idea what I'm doing. Okay. Should we move the mouth up again? I'm gonna say no. I think that is the spot right there. Was not expecting them to look this strange. Gotta be honest with you. Good lord, okay, maybe not, maybe not. This is becoming Lovecraftian now. We got too many tentacles on his face. What in God's name is that? They need a little bit of color in there. Colors we got. Red doesn't really make sense. Yellow, we're already using orange. Green, we have used green elsewhere. I figure they could, that's just the shape of the mask that I was going for this guy for some reason. They all have different masks, depending on which role they have within the tribe. Well, you see, the hunters are the ones who have antlers. They're wearing an animal skull. So we don't want to cause any confusion between the two. Why is this not symmetrical on his head? Oh, I see. See what I've done. Oh yeah, I have one of the hunters here. There's one of the hunters. Hey Taraka, thanks for the raid. Hope you had fun playing Trolley Simulator? What is it called again? The trolley problem, how's it going? Hey Brent, welcome in. The trolley solution, there we go. Yeah, I was able to watch up until that point. And I had to get back to drawing sprites, the bane of my existence. Okay, this is deeply concerning. I mean, they were supposed to be pretty chill guys. They just look terrifying. Cool. Yeah. Well, the art style looked quite cool, and you've definitely been talking it up. Something fierce. Well, maybe we could get some green in there, I don't know. Where can I get some green from? It's going to be a completely different green from every other green I've used. Well, green doesn't really fit with this insectoid theme that we've hit upon here. You know, what if, like, to call me crazy, but what if he had, like, you know, the things that bees have? What if he's a literal ant? What if he's an anthropomorphic ant? Oh, fuck. I kind of wanted to keep those. I don't see any other choice now. We seem to be going down this road. Ant person. This is not what I was expecting today. But here we are. This is positively insane. I mean, it did help. It really helped. It doesn't seem so terrifying anymore. No, don't do that. Oh my god, I think on some of the other masks I did like shade certain spots, like under those. It's something about the eyes, the hollow eyes. Almost like I want some color in the eyes. I'm just going to start looking at bees for reference. I'm pretty sure their eyes are just black, aren't they? Well, maybe we just do that. it is in keeping with the theme. I feel like the eyes need to be larger. Maybe even taller. I think wider was the move, actually. Okay. Okay. What if we also put like the black in the mouth there? Okay. I think that might be it. Activate some kind of symmetry tool. So what also happens on the right? Oh, that's pretty cool. I have not discovered that yet. Oh, the shading. I bet RSVP would know. Or, I want to say Wendell. I'm almost certain that's wrong. God damn it, I've forgotten that name now. Someone else who's a pixel artist who drops by from time to time. And they're a recent follower, so their name hasn't imprinted into my brain yet. I think bringing this design in a little bit is the move. Yeah, okay, I did not expect them to turn into bees, but I kind of like it. View symmetry options, enable. Horizontal, oh, okay, so maybe there is no hotkey for it, but it's here. And okay, you just like enable and disable those buttons there. Good to know, thank you. Well, these are the foragers, I suppose. Did I kind of concerned the eyes might be a little bit too high up? I don't think we have room to bring them down now, though. Well, that's definitely weird. I think they do look better with the antennae, as strange as it is. Just wonder if thinning them out is maybe a good idea. Or I'm probably just overthinking it. Okay, well, that's the forager. Don't forget to shade under the mask. Helps it stand out a little bit more. I'm kind of in shock. This is not what I was expecting. We can't do that. Okay. So that's the general design. Wait, what pants is he going to wear? We've used the brown for the basket now, so we can't use that for the pants. Otherwise, they're just going to like blend together. They should probably have something different to the loincloth, though, to make them more distinct from the default humans. I might just steal the I might just steal the pants from the carpenters. They have like rolled up shorts essentially, which is the Stone Age equivalent of rolled up shorts, of course. I think I have them as an A-Sprite project. No, I don't feel that they're quite right for the foragers. The foragers, you know, they do need to be a little bit more hippy-dippy, a little bit more out there, I think. The loincloth is even working better than that, just because, look at this guy. They have a much more of a serious tone about them than I was expecting with this mask. It's very bizarre. It's ridiculous because he's literally dressed up as a giant bee or something. But it's also it's kind of serious looking at the same time. Confusing the hell out of me. Oh, okay. So what should we just give him? Like, should we just? Don't do that. Whatever you do, don't do that. You know, we could just go for like just the Y front. Just give him Y fronts. We could put him in a Speedo. I mean, that feels too easy. But it is different from the. He's he's just going for a picnic on the beach. That's ridiculous. Oh my god, they just look too modern. It looks just like modern day underwear. So that's not working really. Maybe there's something that sort of ties into the bee theme somehow. Oh, maybe. Have I even done it? That would be quite unique. I don't think I've done anything like that. Do like. Oh, this is where that mirroring thing would be smart. Too late. It's too late. Yeah, these kind of like wing shapes. something like that. Maybe it should be asymmetrical. The wings are not asymmetrical though. I think we should keep the belt. Right. Okay. And do some shading. I think this might be it, and then maybe carry one of those up to the other side. Just gonna close this window. Okay, I mean, I think I've just got to run with it, to be honest with you. Yeah, so I have to go back and make a lot of changes, but I've been thinking about using a darker wood for the mask. And blend in with that. Find like a middle ground between the current color and the skin tone, maybe? Or... I think I need to merge my layers now. Oh, it's too close to the skin tone. If I go any lighter, I mean, it's nice. 69. No, it's not gonna work. Look, I don't know what I'm doing with colors. We're just gonna, let's just be grateful that I got something to work in the first place. Let's not try changing it. Yeah, if I change the waistline up a little bit. Whoop. That can sometimes help sell the perspective. Yeah. Okay, shading under here. Alright, that's basically it. That's basically the forager. I don't know why they turned into bees, but they did. Wondering if the mask needs a little bit of shaping up there. Oh, I kinda... Kind of like that. Yeah, that's what it's all about. Okay. That's the forager. So now we just have to do 7 more. Okay. Oh yeah, the basket has to be on the, we can't mirror it because the pose is not symmetrical. I mean, you could, if you're okay with that, but I'm not. It's looking pretty strange. I think I might remove it completely and then just try drawing it in. Then I can go on vibes. Whoa. Okay, just try and get a starting point. Interesting how the path reveals itself when you start moving in a direction. Adam Savage has talked about this. Just start going in a direction and then you'll be able to see if it's the right direction or the wrong direction. The worst thing to do is sit there doing nothing, trying to figure out which direction you should be going in. Yeah. Absolutely. I think in this view you might kind of see his little sort of fist at the end there. I sort of imagine that his hand is like facing downwards and the handle of the basket is kind of sitting on the back of his wrist. I believe that would be the appropriate baguette for this situation. And that's his pec. Okay, that doesn't go all the way down. The shading goes down here. Okay. Loosey-goosey. Come on. Well, not too late now. So I lost the shape there. I think this might be a bit small, but the shape is close. Open that window again. It's too hot now. This is what I'm talking about. Can't win. So, I mean, it is further away from us, but in an isometric perspective, things don't actually get smaller the further away they are. Just this, no, it doesn't look right over there. Six pixels. It's clearly much wider though. Okay. I like that front side. Don't know what's going on back here. It's really hard to get these pixels to work. I guess that's the closest. So I think if I remove those, it's going to seem too small. It does need it. It does need that. Oh, maybe that's it. Maybe we just run with that. As close. Sometimes you just gotta get as close as you can get. And just run with it. And the dithering, I do have this thing about carrying the dithering through, so I can actually premeditate that this time. Normally it's an afterthought. Just so that it doesn't sort of flicker or, you know, it sort of looks like it's flickering between frames when it stays in the same spot. And you get that weird effect that people use sometimes where it's like the texture alignment is almost like independent of the object that the texture is on. So the object could be moving, but the texture is like in its own dimension, behaving weirdly. Alright, but I'm supposed to give it a rim at the top. That's not looking too bad. If I give that sucker an outline, we're really going to know if it's working or not. Might actually be slightly too big now. What have I done? Yeah, I've added an extra pixel or something. When did I do that? God damn it. Right. It's almost like this is actually what it's supposed to be. I just forgot. So that would be it. We also have a Discord server, by the way. I feel like I should start saying that because I don't have a bot that posts it, and I don't think anybody looks at the links below stream, really. Well, maybe a few people do, but there is a Discord. As long as I don't extend this, I can do this. Is that better? Well, maybe the shape is actually better there. That's the original, and then this one. I think it might be good. Shading. Okay, that's looking pretty good to me. Well, we just gotta give him his ridiculous mask. Why'd I have to do such an intricate design? It's just something about it's like you just imagine one of the boys showing up dressed like this to like a barbecue or something. Everyone's got their sunnies on, and there's one guy. He's like, what? What? Tell me, Mr. Anderson, what good is a phone call if you're unable to speak? I feel like from this angle, whoop, maybe just like one extra pixel there. Don't know if I can get away with that. No, it's not. Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, I feel like sort of helps blend that shape, the round part, into the snoot. Totally just guesstimating. I think I guesstimated correctly. I'm getting good at that. Oh, this is the hard part. How do the eyes go? Oh my god. Whoa. Okay, you can't win in this situation. Oh my god. Oh my god. Forager facing the front looks like he's wearing a headgear or helmet rather than a mask, because the top portion is too rounded. I see your point. I don't know if there's anything I can do about that now. That's just kind of the design that I imagined with this rounded mask that's rounded at the top and pointed at the bottom. My drawing skills are not the best, but this is probably all going to be replaced anyway, so we can't be too precious about it. This is just kind of placeholder stuff until we get an artist on board. Oh no. His face looks mutilated, dude. I don't know how to draw it at this angle. I don't have enough pixels. Oh, what hairstyle are they gonna have? Didn't think of that. God damn it. Oh, how have I done this? That's supposed to be 1 pixel higher. Why doesn't he have any shading on his hand in this frame? Oh, I see, I see. Okay. I think that's it for the second frame. We're probably going to need to give this guy some hair at some point. Kind of feel like this guy's going to have dreads. Pretty crazy looking dreads. Seems like the sort of guy who would have dreads. Maybe I'll just go through and do the hair at the end. That's what I did with the last one. Yeah, okay, well, 2 down, 6 to go. I think this is a good time to stop for some lunch. So I'll be back in just a little bit. Thanks for watching. I'll see you after the break. Mojo King B. We're back. Can we listen to that on stream without having copyright issues? If it's a video game soundtrack, is it fine?
Everybody, there's a new king in town. Get ready. Mojo King
Classic. What's that, a chest burster? Wrong franchise. Guess we have an unintentional Gitaru Man reference now. We're getting all the references in there. There's quite a lot in these characters. I mean, what am I if not a conglomeration of references? So they're all coming out. Everything I notice, like everything I draw tends to be in some way inspired by some media that I've consumed at some point. This doesn't look anything like Mojo Mojo King B, but he is a B. And he is a king. Wonder if maybe you should see more hand there? I don't think so. Let's say that looks pretty good. Try giving it an outline and see if it holds up. Does it pass the outline test? Seems pretty good, I guess. His arm might be too big. I don't know. If we go any smaller, though, it might look too small. Arm too low down. I think that might be it. Maybe I should transfer this to a different layer. Yeah, his arm is really thick in this frame. have a feeling maybe it should be more like this. Looks like he's checking the time. Wonder if we should make his eyes look more like bee eyes. Just to really lean into that theme. It would be interesting. Hmm. Gotta be... basically gotta be like that. But that would be more of a bee eye. Definitely looks really goofy. I think I can bring them closer together. That looks worse. Maybe if they were just a little bit angled. Nope. Yeah, that looks pretty good. Still definitely very weird, but you know, unique, different. Definitely makes them look different from all the other characters. I think that looks pretty cool, actually. You know what I realized? This guy looks like the Mushroom Shaman cave painting. Cave painting? You ever seen that one? Oh, no, well, he's like a bee mushroom shaman. Probably has something to do with the fact that they would have preserved the mushrooms in honey. This guy. See, I didn't even realize I was drawing this guy the whole time. So, yeah. Pretty cool. We have like this bee shaman guy. Terence McKenna had a very compelling theory about the fall of Christianity from a psychedelic based religion into an alcohol based religion. and how, you know, originally everybody would have had access to Source. Everybody would have been able to communicate directly with God because everybody would have been able to take these mushrooms that allow you to see God, right? But then as the mushrooms became more and more scarce, they started seeking ways to preserve them, and they would have used honey as a preservative. So they have these. Yeah, Hamster Hammer, how's it going? I'm pretty good, thanks. So they would have tried preserving the mushrooms in honey as they became more scarce. And then as they became more scarce still, he theorized that that's where the priest class came from, because it's like, oh, now we don't have enough of the sacrament for everybody to be able to communicate with God, so we have to have like these appointed few who get to do it, and then they disseminate the information to everyone else. That's where you get the priest class from. But then as you go even further, because they got all this mushrooms in honey, but then they run out of the mushrooms, they've just got all of this honey left, which ferments into mead. So then they have alcohol. And that's basically how he theorized Christianity devolved from a psychedelic-based religion into a alcohol-based religion. And that's pretty much how we got into the mess that we're in today, because we lost connection with the source. Okay, we've given him his basket. Let's try doing the mask from the side. Normally, so we go up one, but normally we stay at the same height in this view. Don't ask me why, it's just how I've been doing things. Whoop. And now we're in this whole mess after the war on drugs and everything, and the very tools of consciousness expansion have been criminalized. We're all fucking outlaws. Everyone thinks they're something that they're not. They've been convinced that they're evil. Ooh. Drugs are bad, okay? When psychedelics are very likely the reason that humans evolved to begin with. Probably the reason that we are the dominant species on the planet. Because of the consciousness expanding properties of psychedelic drugs. And everything rests on a foundation of consciousness. This is one goofy looking motherfucker. Maybe yeah. Well, maybe just like that. We were going to extend the mouth a little bit. No, I don't think I'm going to bother with that. It kind of feels like it's moving down, but it's not. What would this look like from the side? How's Sophie doing, Hamster Hammer? Still chirping at you? Something like that, I guess. Oh my god, the humidity is getting to me. Why do I feel like there's so much less room? Also, I should have definitely drawn this on a different layer. Oh god, the water's coming in. Try opening this window instead. I think it might just be the lack of antennae that looks a bit weird now. Let's try adding those. What are they going to look like from the side? Once again, I should have probably drawn this on a different layer. Doesn't seem right. Without using a different color, I don't know how I'm gonna fit the other one in. What is this color? Where is this from? Use this. Doesn't seem to be in use anywhere else. Yeah, I've got to think isometrically. I'm not necessarily thinking isometrically. Would be easier to draw this on a layer behind this stuff, and I don't have to worry about it. Down, down, down. True, true. It would be something like that. Maybe I want to bring them down a smidge. Something like that. Good enough. Let's try outlining it. That's always the test. This bit kind of looks weird. You just want to merge it like that. Holy shit, it is really coming down out there. Can you hear the rain? Hopefully the roof isn't going to start leaking again. It does do that sometimes. These guys are pretty cool. Like his arm still looks really thick there. The arm with the basket compared to the previous frames. Hmm. Okay, that seems a little bit better. Again, it's not smaller because it's further away. It's smaller because it was smaller in the previous frames. Things don't actually get smaller when they're further away in an isometric perspective. Okay, so I mean, these guys are not shaman, but it's cool to have a reference to the bee shaman. Kind of a subtle reference, if you will. Nothing as obvious as the Aku Aku mask on the worshippers. We got some references to future armor in there. What else did we get? I don't know. There's quite a few throughout the character designs. To me, it sort of looks like his mask is going up and then down. I'm just going to leave it for now. And we'll see the full rotation at the end is usually where you can pick out any discrepancies between frames and sort it out. It might be fine. There's a certain amount of wiggle that is unavoidable, I've noticed. That doesn't seem too bad, Scriparian would say. I wonder if the bottom of this basket, though, looks like... No, I guess that's correct. Okay, so we're moving on to this one where he's facing away from us now. At least I don't have to draw all the details on the mask. Basically just need to stick the antenna on top and make sure the shape is right. They definitely need hair. I don't know what it is, but you can't have a bald forager. It just doesn't make sense. It's like part of the job is that you have to grow dreads. Well, you're not even going to see the basket from this angle. We can basically just remove this part of the arm. Actually, that... losing control of A-Sprite again, that would be something like that. I'm guessing the pants look the same at the back as they do at the front. I don't really know what... I don't know, maybe not. Maybe they would be just straight across at the back. Oh, you would guess so, like... wrapped in this thing, almost like wearing a towel. So I think I just gotta figure out the shape of the top of the mask here. And it should be at the same height of this one. There. Damn it, I was so close. Something like that. Okay, definitely gotta bring that down. Bow, bow, bow. Ba-da-da-da-da-da. Ooh. Ah. That's pretty much stuck in my head now. I think that's supposed to... Normally I think I leave a gap like 1 pixel. Something like this. wonder if I need to do anything to the side part here. I think so. Probably bring this up and bring this in a bit, maybe. One, two, three. Oh, that's 3 pixels. So maybe it's just like that. What did I realize recently? Oh, yeah. I'm losing the war against the microplastics because I'm still buying honey in plastic bottles. I realized, like, why have I been doing that? When it's actually exactly the same price to get it in glass. They found the weakness in my defenses. The microplastics are winning. For the love of God, will you please draw on a new layer? Thank you. What is this posture right now, dude? What am I doing? Oh. I gotta keep the desk low enough to not mess with my shoulders. But I think ideally the monitor should be higher up, but I don't have like a monitor stand. Plus I'm blind. I think that's actually what it is. I'm like trying to get closer to the screen so I can see it. I probably need new glasses now. This is not happening. Come on. Maybe if I just kind of... That looks about right. I mean, they look like they're wearing a towel. Pretty much the style. pretty much it for this one. We just gotta add the antenna. I'm pretty sure it's antenna. I don't know why I keep saying antennae. Next I'll be saying go Beckley Tappy. I feel like we need Graham Hancock on the stream today. Am I using the right color? I think so. Am I using the right height? Depends what you mean. What is the right height? Is there such a thing? Yep, it's right there. Something like that. I think. I just think that one at the back would be a little bit more vertical, but it's going to be basically straight up if I do that. Oh my god. Maybe that's how it should be. Yeah, I think so. I think so. Oh yeah, we don't need that pixel. Well, that's pretty much this sprite done, because you can't really see any of the details. I have my doubts about this antenna being in the right place, though. It's supposed to be more like that. They are pretty wide. I just wonder if this one's meant to. How did that one look previously? It was like 1, 2, 3. One, two, three. What was it? It was like that. So, it would just be like that one. I think that's too wide for this angle. What the hell? But I do still think this one being more vertical was the right call. So that would be it. Next up is the rear view. Just wondering how much of this I can copy from the front view. Probably quite a lot. Quite a lot. Okay then, let's do it. I did remove the top of his head though. We don't want to do that. Okay, and that's the wrong layer. Or is it? No, it doesn't actually show up down there until you deselect. And then mirror this stuff. Oh. That does not look good. What's going on? Is this going to work as the basket from behind? I think so. It's just the issue right now is that his leg is behind the basket when it should be the other way around. In fact, is his leg even that wide? Yes, it is. It's like that, I guess. And what the hell is going on over here? So that's where his hand was. Uh-huh. So that's just supposed to be the shadow of his arm there, basically. So I think actually his... It depends, right? Because in that other sprite, we like had the kind of the thigh would stick out a little bit lower. So it was kind of like, I guess you would just see this here. Jesus Christ, I didn't want to have to do it, but might have to hit the vape. I don't know, it stopped raining for a minute. I'll open the window. That just looks kind of weird to me. But so does that. Not really sure how it should be. Let's just fix his arm first and then take it from there. Well, yeah, I guess on this left side, you are still gonna see the handle. Right, it's the opposite of how it was before. Fuck. I think I need to get the original basket back again. Give me that basket. Wait, I'm not supposed to be rotating it. It's like that, I think, right? I'm being so lazy, I'm like desperately trying to make it work so I don't have to redraw the basket. But I think it can work, and I think it is working. Although the shading seems like it needs some shading there now. Oh yeah, got his pants on backwards currently. Not very comfortable, I imagine. What? Somebody's out on the jet ski today. That's insane. They're gonna get struck by lightning or something. It was funny, on Friday. It was such a glorious day. It was, it was an absolute scorcher by our standards. And people were still on the beach, like the sun was freaking going down, and they were showing no signs of moving. They were really trying to make the most of it. I mean, good on them, I guess. I was like, I even feel a bit ridiculous still being out, The sun's going down, it's cooling off. I'm out here. I just went out on the one wheel just to try and cool down because it was melting. It helped. I was pretty badly sunburned as well because I don't wear sunscreen because I'm a freaking idiot. And I just forgot to stick to the shade on Thursday. Absolutely scorched myself. That's the thing, it's so nice to ride on the prom, but there is zero shade. So usually I head inland a bit and sort of head into the woods when it's really, really hot. Hell, what is that? Okay, you can hold shift and do this. Didn't know that. Oh yeah, but this bit. Yeah, I do think it has to be like that. Oh, missing an outline. Okay, we can probably merge merge this down. So the mask is looking like it looks from the front. We gotta I'm sorry, it's really stuck in my head. Happens to me all the time. I think it's the curse of being a drummer. I'll be like wandering around the house singing some weird groove, and I'm like, where did I get that? Oh, it was just some YouTube ad or something that was just playing, and I'm just like, get the groove stuck in my head from some song. Okay, so this needs to come up. Boom. There it is, dude. The rear view. We're over the hill now. It's all downhill from here. We've passed the halfway point. That hopefully means I can do quite a bit of copy paste and get the last 3 done relatively quickly. Stuff like the mask, which is symmetrical, can be just copied and mirrored. But like this view, the legs are the same because it's not some asymmetrical pose. Mainly the basket that will just require a bit of additional work. We might actually get this done today if I can find it within me to just keep going. It really helps if you just sort of don't think about it. It's my number one strategy, is just don't think, just do. Otherwise you're like, oh my god, it's gonna take so long. What did Alan Watts say? The only dish that exists is the one that you're currently washing. No. The only dish that you will ever wash is the dish that you're currently washing. The future doesn't exist. The past isn't real. Just wash the dish. Weirdly, yeah, those are exactly the same antenna as the front view, but they just work. They just work for the back view as well. Brilliant. I'll take it. But like I say, I think this guy probably needs a different hairstyle. I'm imagining some kind of sort of shoulder length dreads, something like that. Okay, this time we can actually see the basket in this view. Desperately trying to see if there's one I can copy paste. I mean, this one maybe? Oh my god, I'm gonna have to... Maybe you actually could just use this one. It looked like if it was mirrored. Probably not right. I'm willing to try. I am that desperate to not draw any more fucking pixels. Jesus Christ. What have I gotten myself into? Yeah, no, it looks like he's broken his arm. We're gonna have to redraw this one. Ooh. You son of a bitch. I'm in. His elbow is a bit low down, maybe? A low down, no good elbow. That's kind of doing it for me. Yeah, I was skeptical with this guy, I've got to admit, but I'm actually liking the bee theme. It's ridiculous. Yeah. So I've learned to just run with like whatever the hell my brain comes up with. It's like beats the hell. I was trying to think of something. Just trying to think of something. Just go with whatever the hell my subconscious churns up. Okay, I'm gonna tear my freaking hair out now. What? This is frustrating. Okay. Whoa. Okay then. Yep. I'm reminded of something Billy Basso said in one of his interviews, that he had this feeling that if he didn't burn through his entire life savings in the development process, he wouldn't have made as good of a game as he could have made, right? And I'm beginning to see that that's what I'm going to have to do as well. Not because I think I wouldn't have made as good of a game, but literally I'm just going to have to use all of my life savings to finish the game. There's no other way that I could possibly finish it. Aside from like a massive uptick in Ko-fi memberships or something. Don't forget to become a Ko-fi member. It's too high up, isn't it? The handle's got to be longer. Not that long. That literally consumed the entire universe. Ba-ba-da-ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba. I haven't actually done the calculations yet as to like how long I can live for. I don't think we've gotten to the point where I need to figure that out. It's probably over a year still. Could be closer to 2. I mean, really, it depends how soon I can get a publishing deal. You get a publishing deal, then I'm alright. The one problem with that is because you're like a contractor, you're not actually employed by your publisher. The way things work here in England is like nobody will give you a house or a mortgage unless you're employed. I'm probably gonna have to go down the self-employment route, but there's also laws like you have to have been self-employed and turning a profit, even maybe for like at least 2 years before they will actually count that. It's all completely fucked. We've basically made life completely unlivable for some reason. I don't know why. Just because it benefits the people in power, I suppose, to have all these imaginary systems fucking everything up. This looks like a completely different basket. The pose even looks... I see, because it's... yeah, no, I see. I fucked everything up, didn't I? That's what you get for copy-pasting and being lazy. Can I just move this entire basket onto a lower layer? And then I can literally put it behind his arm to get the elbow in the right place. Probably is one higher up, isn't it? That was my original feeling, and then I backed out. I thought, no, that looks good. But alas, it was not good. No, don't want to move the guy up. Move the basket up. Squibbity bitty bitty bitty. Squabba ba ba ba. Okay then. That looks terrible. What is wrong with it? Oh god. Oh, why was it working before, and now that I've moved the basket it looks terrible. It's looking okay in the preview, and that's all that counts, right? It's actually very close to what we've got here. Interesting. Maybe I do need to bring his arm back down. Remember I moved his arm up 1 pixel? Because I'm guessing it should be a bit further forwards. There's some good sort of consistency between those frames, I would say. Except the basket needs to be lower down now, doesn't it? Whereabouts does the handle go? Something like that, maybe? Okay, the basket doesn't really look like it's turning. The angle of the basket is too steep. How has that happened? I did not copy this basket from anywhere, but it should be similar to this one. Wonder if I could copy this one. I'd say that looks pretty good. Oh, okay, his arm is way too fat. So what? Oh, right. That's like the old handle pixel. That's gonna go there. And that hopefully will do the trick. His arm's still looking pretty big. See if you have the old position like that. Get rid of that. Maybe you can bring this down. So then it's extremely thin. Squibbity bitty bitty bitty. Water! Water! Ooh, still have some coconut water in the fridge. I just have to grab that. Made it. My coconut water. Getting pretty hungry again, though. Don't know how long I've been going. Okay. That's... what is this? Is this good? Compared to what? This version? Hey, off-grid, how's it going, dude? Hey, it's not bad. It's not bad. I'm getting there. Got about 75% of the way there with this guy, I think. I'm just trying to hit a bit of a roadblock with this arm. Thanks, dude. It just doesn't look right no matter what I do. Well, maybe the solution is like just... Oh, maybe that's it. That's probably the best looking one we've had so far. But bring that back. Yeah, you're probably right. Oh, actually, the combination of those two things was kind of working. That elbow is still... Something about that elbow. mean, that definitely doesn't work. That looks ridiculous. So maybe, oh, I forgot to change the color of this pixel. Maybe if I bring this back. Nope, that looks terrible. I feel like that's kind of as good as it's gonna get. Still don't like it though. It looks off in the preview. That's really not a good sign. It's growing on me. It's growing on me. I think this is it. It's as good as I can get it. It's working quite well with the previous frame. The plan was not to make the bee shaman, but that's what happened. Still gotta give him hair. I think he needs dreads. He's a forager, right? They've gotta have dreads, these fucking hippies. Oh, I can totally copy paste the legs. Yeah. Hell yeah. That is it. Oh, there's no shading. There is no shading on this one either. Okay, okay. So I'm really just pushing to try and get the build ready for the playtests right now, Steam playtests soon. And it's going to be the same build that I use to pitch publishers. I think that's the next the next step. Steam playtests and pitching publishers. I'm realizing I'm going to kind of need the publishing deal to get this over the finish line. Yep, got the page. I've just hired somebody to do the capsule art and the logo, which should be done by the end of next month, somewhere around there. But the page still won't be live until we have enough art assets for at least 3 levels. And that's to include in the screenshots and the trailer, basically. We need like 3 unique environments that are finished, representative of the final product, to be able to put the screenshots and trailer up. So I still can't actually launch the Steam page until we get an artist, and some sound effects and music will probably be needed for the trailer as well, right? But it's mainly about the art. I kind of like that extra pixel there. It doesn't look right on that one. Maybe not. It's just one of those things, like, you can't really launch the Steam page without a trailer. or screenshots, and in order to have a trailer and screenshots, you need at least 3, ideally 3 unique environments to show off in those things. It's really, you get a little bit of a push from Steam when you first launch your page, so you really got to capitalize on that. You get something like 6,000 impressions. I'm forgetting the number off the top of my head. I'm not sure what it is, but Steam gives you like some free impressions when you first launch the page. So you've really got to be ready to capitalize on that. And the artist depends on the publishing deal. Page has been up for months without a trailer. 8 to 1, 1 to 8. Follower to wish list. Follower. So for every 1 follower, you have 8 wish lists. How many wish lists do you have, though? $400. Okay. Side view. This one we can just copy paste most of it from this one. Fortunately, if I had the hair already, we could just copy paste that. But I'm apparently saving that until last. I think it allows me to just focus on the other stuff a little bit easier without having too many tasks going at once. Boom. Beautiful. I can't remember if I said it or not. I can't get an artist until I have a publishing deal. Hopefully I can get an artist as part of the deal, depending on which publisher I wind up going with or getting. Or I can just, use some of the money to hire somebody. We might even want to consider multiple artists, like an environment artist and an everything else artist. I don't think we could really have much more than 2, but it would help get things done quicker. Yeah, I'm not thinking isometrically. Think isometrically. It would just take too long, and the quality wouldn't be very good. I have too much stuff that I need to do the art as well. Interesting. Okay, it seems to be working quite well. Can I just sort of copy this basket? I think so. Don't get me wrong, I'd love to be able to do everything, but it just isn't feasible. Okay. At least we didn't give them bunny ears. They would have been like Easter bunnies. That's kind of doing it for me, to be honest with you. I'm looking at the preview, and I'm kind of liking it. We got to do the outline. Give it the outline test. Will it pass the outline test? That's where all the issues show themselves. Oh, that's pretty good, actually. That is pretty good. He just needs his pants on. Put some pants on, man. Whoa. I think that's it. Just trying to figure out if there's supposed to be like an extra pixel there or something, but I'm not really sure. In this view, it's like, oh yeah, there is, isn't there? If I hide the basket, yeah, there we go. Oh man, you're on solar. I hope you pull through on the reserves. Oh shit. Oh, shading. Don't forget the shading. There we go. Okay, there's one more. One more. Thank God I can copy paste some stuff. This guy. Probably the most ridiculous one that I've drawn so far. Oh. Okay. Should have maybe just copied that stuff with it. Although, doesn't look like it's necessarily correct there either. There's probably supposed to be some shading on his neck and stuff. That's basically it though, isn't it? Okay, that'll do, I would say. Okay, so just the final arm to do. The arm and the basket. It would be kind of like a mirrored version of this basket, I guess. Maybe even mirror this arm, actually. Might just work. Let's just chop his current arm off. He's got an arm off. That looks pretty good. And that has come from this sprite. But with it being isometric, things don't get smaller in the distance. So that is the size of his arm. Oh my god, his arm is kind of... I was thinking about that earlier. His arm is absolutely huge in this one frame. Also, his hand doesn't look right in that frame there. Looks like his hand is sideways, but it's like his thumb is on top. Whereas in all of the others, I imagined like his hand is like palm down, making a fist. Which is insane. Why would you carry a basket like that? Now that I think about it, you probably would be like this. So I'm probably going to need to change all the other ones. I thought this was maybe good because it's like his arm is in front of the belt, which helps sell the isometric perspective. But it's also just kind of like his arm is huge. Pretty sure it's gotta be like that. Even though I still prefer this. It's just his arm is not like consistent sizing with all the other frames. Maybe you could do it like that. I think that's actually pretty good. And so he's gonna have a thumb up here, up here. Or is he? Kind of doesn't look very good though. But that is sort of how you would be holding it. Almost looks like his hand is upside down. There, the upside down fist. Oh my god. No, I do prefer that. Like that. Okay, that looks a bit weird. Is that gonna work? Could the other handle maybe be moved over a bit? Kind of feeling that, to be honest with you. But something about it's like not isometric. Because we're looking down from above slightly. The hand would be lower. If it was front on, sure. Would you even be able to see the hand in this view, really? What if we throw in just a couple of pixels or something? Kind of like it. Yeah, it does work. Okay. That's my favorite one. This one looks good. And then this one. So now, okay. This is where it all goes horribly wrong. Let's hope not. Something like that. Yep, that's looking pretty good. I mean, it might look good, but why would you actually hold a basket like that? That's definitely... I think for your hand would be like the natural resting position for carrying something for a really long time whilst you're out foraging for berries would be like this. Because you're going to need to be in the most comfortable position. You don't want to be twisting your arm either way. And the basket's going to rest like on this bone here. I think the thumb would be like at the top. But it's still got to be like that because I'm imagining a clenched fist. I'm not sure if maybe you can kind of sell the thumb in this view. I don't know. Maybe not. Now he's flipping us off with a tiny finger. And like everything I do to this one just looks worse than just a very simple square. Okay, it's fine. That one's fine. Looks good in the preview. That's all we need. And this one, maybe if you just move the thumb to the right a pixel. Yeah, definitely. That is it. Still doesn't look very good, but it's better than it was. Maybe it's because it's missing that shading. Oh, there we go. And then we got this one, which now needs the thumb. Somehow. Guess it would be like that. I mean, it's hard to make this one out because it's like against his stomach anyway, so it's probably fine. Okay, after a slight existential crisis, I think we might be done. What am I missing? I'm bound to be missing something. Should we put some shading under the basket there? Have we done it? Have we cracked the code? Is our boy complete? No, he doesn't have his hair. The mask seems to be jittering up and down rather a lot. That's because I copy-pasted and didn't change the height. Goes up 1 pixel, stays the same. Goes up another pixel into this view, or it should, but it doesn't. No, it stays the same. Is this view is where it's going back down again, but it needs to go up. Either it's got to go up 1 more pixel or 2. I think it's 1. Yeah, we go up, we stay the same, go up again. And I guess the whole mask would be, I need to take a measurement then from like, oh, this outline is wrong. Let's take a measurement, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, oh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, okay. So the entire mask needs to go up 1 pixel. Also, I'm missing an outline on his shoulders there. So with regards to the housing thing, like, I probably have to go down the self-employment route, but even once I'm like declared as self-employed, I still wouldn't be able to like move or get a house or a mortgage until I've been self-employed for at least 2 years, I think it is. That's like they won't really recognize it as legit until you've been self-employed for a couple of years. And you can like provide all of your records and everything for that time. So it's still problematic. Like even if I get a publishing deal, I can't just like move. Even if I have like money in the bank, it just doesn't work like that here. It's basically designed to force you into employment if you want a place to live. The only other option is to have enough money to just buy a house outright. And there might even be issues there, I don't know. But I'm assuming if you just have enough money to like just buy it, they probably can't stop you at that point. But for renting and mortgages, they're like, we need to see a contract, like a employment. We need to see employment. Even if you have the money, because I had the money for a mortgage, for a down payment on a mortgage, but I didn't have employment. So they're like, oh, we can't take your money because you don't have employment. Oh, yeah, so that's good. I mean, I won't be able to, like, because the way publishing deals work is that they pay you in milestones anyway, so I wouldn't get like a lump sum up front. It would be paid in installments, like every 6 months or whatever, however they would do it. And I probably still wouldn't have enough money to... I would probably like about 150,000. I'd like more, I'll be honest with you. I would like... what would that be? Like 210,000. Which is actually... The problem is I'd be burning through that as well, because I'd be living off of it. So by the end of like the 3 years or whatever, it's not like I would still have 210,000 to buy a house or something. So it's like, it's so bizarre. It's like you need like £1 million, and anything less, you're still just stuck in the same position. It doesn't make any sense. So it would be like, that would just be to survive until the end of development, and then the publisher has to recoup their costs, and I'd be happy to give the publisher 100% of the profits until they recoup, just to get through that process as fast as possible. And then you actually start taking profits. So it's like after all of that... Oh, nice. I'm glad you managed to pull it off, because I know there's, all sorts of red tape and everything there. I've looked into tiny houses and stuff myself, and they're like, okay, so you have to like declare it as a temporary agricultural structure for the first 3 years, and then prove that you have an agricultural business that's turning profit, and then it becomes a barn. You declare it as a barn, or that belongs to your business, or... It's like, what the fuck is this? Can I just live somewhere? It's ridiculous. I don't know why. Like, well, I mean, obviously it benefits the people in power, but it doesn't help the rest of us. Ah, God, I don't know. Been waiting 33 years for people to wake up, and they're still fast asleep. That's the crazy part, is it's a self-fulfilling prophecy, right? If you can convince people that money is real and keep them locked in competition for survival, then that's the whole premise of divide and conquer, right? Trap them in a mental prison and get them all competing against one another, and then you don't have to worry about any kind of uprisings or anything. There's no threat to your power. But what people don't realize is, like, the only limit is our own imagination. We have the power to do literally anything through cooperation, and it's just about changing the mind. Once you can free yourself from mental slavery, to quote Bob Marley, that's it. It's like anything's possible. But people are stuck in like a projection. They project the reality onto the world around them, and it's like everyone hates everyone and is resentful and stuff, because they working these miserable jobs and they hate their lives and stuff. And it's like, but in a way you're kind of doing that to yourself, because you're stuck in this mindset. I don't know. I always say I admire the people who are like working for systemic reform and trying to like re-engineer capitalism so that it works better for people and stuff, and that is cool. That is cool. But I think the change needs to happen at the level of the individual, at the level of consciousness. It's about it's about like a mindset shift. This guy looks very casual in this particular sprite. Looks like he's heading down to the beach. Okay, his arm is... I'm just noticing his arm is way too long in this one, isn't it? What's going on? Is his arm too long in this one as well? True, true. I mean, maybe it's just the fingers. Oh, because when you're making the fist like that, the thumb is like on top of the fingers. So that's probably enough. I don't actually need to shorten the arm down. I don't know what happened though. I mean, I thought it's like some of us are just like able to see this stuff, and we just step off the conveyor belt because we can see where it's going, can see what's happening. Just like from like you're kind of born with that ability for some reason. I don't know if everybody has that, and some people just choose to ignore it, you know, and then eventually like they become completely corrupted or something. But it's like society is basically just a sociopath pipeline, and you've just got to get out of it as soon as you possibly can, as soon as you recognize that. Otherwise, you will ultimately be strogified. The strogification process will take place. I thought, you know, we were all supposed to watch The Matrix and go out and change the world, right? But what? No, like everybody else missed the point or something? What happened? Why is that on the same level as this one? That's supposed to be 1 pixel higher still, I think. Yeah, I'm guessing so. It just looks like it would benefit from being 1 pixel above. And this is 1, 2, 3, 4. I think that's too long now, isn't it? Isn't it supposed to be 3? That's 3. Okay, that's... Put me back in. I don't want to remember nothing. That's 4 again. What have I done? Okay, so that's supposed to be like that. And then I've got to measure this one. 1, 2, 3. Okay, so that's good. 1, 2, 3. That is perfect. Okay. Now the mask is correct. And it's going 1 pixel higher from the previous frame. So the rotation should be preserved, I think. Oh, it's still looking very jittery. Why is it? Maybe the sizing is wrong. It's like bobbing up and down a lot, isn't it? That is the same height as the previous one, it just doesn't look right. And then that one... I think it's the difference between these frames. Yeah, the side view. Maybe I should move the side view up. Also, the shading is wrong. So normally I wouldn't. Normally the side view would be at the same level as this frame, which it is, but it doesn't look right. Looks like it's going back down again. It's just that the eyes are in like exactly the right place. Okay, maybe if I... Maybe that's enough to mitigate it. I do think that's helping. Try the other side as well. Wait a minute, what? Oh yeah. Oh, maybe because the eyes are getting lower. They, The eyes need to be moved up in this one. I think I'm just going to straight up copy the whole mask over. Okay, it's a little bit better. The eyes are not moving up and down anymore. It's mainly... I think it might just be this sort of unavoidable motion of the top of the mask now. Is kind of just how it is. Yeah, I think this is about the level of sort of movement that we would expect to see with all of them. We can have a look at another one, like the Worshipper, for example. Maybe not a great example because he's got such a ridiculous freaking mask on. Actually, this one looks very smooth. That one doesn't have any sort of... Oh, I disproved my own point. I see. Okay, so there's literally just this little 1 pixel on the side that's actually higher than it. I think maybe the solution with the forager, I almost said the beekeeper, is to actually not move the mask up in this rear view. It definitely looks a lot smoother, doesn't it? I mean, that's the thing, like, well, it's basically the mask being further away or closer to us. His head is staying perfectly stationary in like the center of everything as he rotates. But the mask is obviously further away or closer to us, depending which direction he's facing. So that's kind of the reason it moves at all. And I think normally I would have raised it up 1 pixel in the rear view, but it's just looking very jittery in this case. I mean, the thing is just like, does it look right? I'd say this looks good. It was looking, when it was a pixel higher, it was looking a little bit too like top heavy. It is on the same. Is it on the same? No, it's one. It's of course it's 1 pixel above the front view, and it looks about right to me. I think those little adjustments to the mask have helped smooth things out there a bit. I mean, of course, they don't just spin around on the spot in game, so you never really see this. But it's a good test. If you can get it to look pretty good when they are just spinning around, then you know that whenever they change direction, it's going to look pretty correct. So we just got to give him hair. Just going to take a leak and then I'll give this guy some hair. I'll be right back. Okay. Oakley dokley then. I'm sure I'm trying to cut every corner imaginable. Like, I'm sure there's another character with hair I can just reuse for this. Is there? Not exactly. I haven't given anybody dreads like this. I'm just gonna draw it. I need to stop being lazy. That's how mistakes are made. Where's the hair color? Is the hair color even the same as... I think it is. I think the color of the basket is the same as the hair, so it's just gonna kind of look like they have a big basket made of hair. Wait, what? It's the same... Okay, so the lighter color of the hair is the same color as the darker color of the basket. I see. How about we work on a new layer here? I guess that's about the sort of shape I'm going... Nope, that's not the shape I'm going for. Kind of like that, but dreads, which basically just means I draw some lines in it. How do I do this? Something like that, I guess. And generally I've just been outlining the whole hair. Not sure if that's actually what we want in this case, though, because we get more texture this way. So maybe we just do that, and then put some shading underneath. But we want the shoulder sticking out still. Looks pretty good to me. All right. Wait, what? Where did I get this color from? Okay, let me grab that one and add it to my palette. My incredibly limited palette. Getting real hungry. Maybe we can just get through this quick. I mean, it is true that the head is exactly the same shape from every angle. Can we get away with the same for the hair? Oh geez, it's not good. I don't think we should neglect our needs in favor of work, but old habits die hard, as they say. That's really not what I was trying to do. So I wonder if I can literally copy paste this hair and use it again in this frame. Looks like I probably can. And it seems to work pretty good except for this pixel here. There we go. Hell yeah, that's definitely the hairstyle for these guys. I'm glad I figured it out. Well, it came to me based on the rest of the design. And considering I didn't really know what that was going to be in the beginning, it was kind of hard to think of the appropriate hairstyle. But yeah, I mean, these dirty hippies just out there picking berries, tripping balls. They need some dreads, no doubt. And what are we going to do for this view? This is where it gets a little bit different, right? Because the texture of the hair is going to look different from this angle. We can't just reuse that. line should be kind of merging. We've gone all the way to the top. Now it looks kind of weird. Yeah, it kind of does look better if you do that. Although, probably some kind of curve to it. Oh, this is going to drive me insane. I think I just need to start over. This is my worst nightmare. I have no idea how to draw this. I may just need to take a break and come back to it. Okay, well that kind of works. Looks good in the preview. That's all. That's all that counts. It's all good in the preview, and everything's fine. Yeah, that seems pretty good. Maybe. I mean, it's completely the wrong color. Shit. What? Ah, that's actually the string from the mask. Okay, yeah, that's cool. That's good enough. I think it's good enough. I feel like there's some sort of a little adjustment. Oh god, don't get into making little adjustments, dude. I'm here all day. There is something going on this left side, though, that just doesn't seem right. Whoa. I'd say that basically solved it. It was just that pixel peeking through, which it doesn't make sense. You wouldn't be able to see that shoulder. Let's do the shading. Cool. Cool. Why don't we have any shading here? Shading. Probably a bit more hair there. Maybe? Or is that getting like in his face? Seems like it would be there. Oh my god, and the rear view. But once I've done the rear view, I can just copy paste the rest of them. I feel like I should probably take a break. But if I take a break now, I'm not going to want to keep streaming today, otherwise I'll go on too late. We're so close. I think I'm supposed to just power through. It's maybe possible to do like a copy paste this one and copy paste half of it and mirror it. For the other side, maybe, probably not. That's funny. We're in a fractal, bro. It's the same pattern playing out across many scales. The shape is just not right, though. I think I actually fucked up by making it narrower. I think it's supposed to be ridiculously large. But I mean, it really does look ridiculous, though. That's not too bad. It's not too bad, I suppose. Not liking that, though. Yeah, we probably need to paint half of it out and carry the pattern across from left to right. Whatever the hell that means. What does that even mean? Yeah, let me just at least I sound like I know what I'm doing. Oh yeah, but now it's not going to line up on this side. Jesus Christ. Oh. That's pretty much the best I've got. At this short notice, I'm afraid that's the best I can do. Yeah, I'd say that looks pretty good to me. I'm not sure if it should get lower at the back like that. No, it definitely should, shouldn't it? I mean, looks weird without it. And now we just need to copy paste onto the other frames. Yeah, there's something weird about, like, it's like I'm just rushing through these sprites, just frantically trying to get them done. But I don't think they would turn out any better if I, like, took more time on them either. It would be the same result, I'd just do it more slowly. So it's kind of, I don't know, it's kind of funny because you're like, shouldn't I be, like, taking more care and, you know, no, I don't think you should. I think it would be exactly the same. It would just take longer. That's not in the right place. Oh god. Is that correct? That seems good to me. And the side view. Make sure you include the shading. What's going on with this one? Did I copy the wrong thing, or? Missing some pixels there. Or was I? So the back, this lines up with this bit of the shoulder. This goes on the top notch of the mask. What the hell is going on? It's like the mask is a different shape, or did I draw over the mask in this view? I'm really confused. I don't have enough calories in my brain to figure this out right now. What's going on? I drew over the mask. I think we're missing a piece of the mask here. It's like that or something. I believe so. Underneath of that was that color. Okay. Another case of copy-paste gone wrong. When copy-paste goes wrong. How did one developer survive? When he copy-pasted, jeopardizing his entire project. I do believe we're done. We finally made it. Not bad. Not bad. Banged it out in a single day. Granted, he has a very simple pose, and I was basically able to reuse a lot of the default human sprite. That's why. But I'm still glad that I got it done in a day. We still have to do the female version, which I guess I'll be doing tomorrow. Another one of those where the mask is the mask and the boober are going to be clashing. In fact, I think the mask might just fit right in between. There he is. There he is. The forager. Dressed up like a fucking bumblebee. Awesome. One thing, is the top of his head too flat in this view? Does he need some extra pixels just to be able to fit his brain in there? Maybe. But then it looks lower in this view. Maybe he needs some extra pixels here as well. Totally just cheating it. That's fine, I guess. And then this view. That better? I can't really tell. Couldn't tell you. That's what it looks like now. Go back to how it was. I wonder if rather than doing that, it's more a case of removing a couple of pixels here. Definitely in this view. I think that's the only one where I need to do it. I think the top of his head being so flat is kind of part of the hairstyle. Yeah. I'm feeling that. That's good. Alright, there we go. We did it. We made a forager. Did I just want to go through slowly and check did everything right? Oh, that pixel is not supposed to be there. Boom. You might want a little bit of shading there. I did all that stuff to get the mask right and then just covered it up with hair. Yeah, not very good foresight into the future there. And yeah, I think you would absolutely see his hair from the front sticking out. Maybe I can achieve that effect real quick by like copying this. Probably don't need much more than that. Oh, it's supposed to be like in front of his shoulders. That's what the problem is, right? Okay. Feel like I'm in danger of fucking it up by messing around with it too much. Although I'm pretty sure that's it. I'm pretty sure that is how it's supposed to be. This would need to be longer, I guess. Oh, I know, I did fuck up. God damn it. Go back. Yeah. That is it. Hell yeah. Alright. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with that. It's pretty obvious what they are because of the basket. They've got a cool bee mask. And cool dreads. The pants that I gave them, I went with this style because it's kind of like bee wings or something. I don't know. I was like, what kind of pants should they have? Well, he's a bee, So we'll do that. And I think there is one other, like, is it the water bearers? No. Maybe it is. I think there's one other sprite that has, like, kind of similar pants. I can't remember. They might be unique. I don't know. I can't remember at this point. But the mask and the basket and everything and the hair, those are all definitely unique. And maybe even the pants are unique as well. Yeah. I think it works well. The silhouette is kind of similar to the default human because they're in sort of the same kind of pose. But it's different enough. The basket definitely, and the antennae, the antenna really helping as well to give it, and the mask and the hair and everything is just okay. Maybe it does have a pretty good silhouette. I think you could definitely, you definitely could differentiate it from the default humans. If all you could see was the outline, you could definitely tell the difference. So I think we gave them a unique character, unique characteristics that really help differentiate them from all of the other characters. So I'm pretty pleased with that. And I should probably stop messing with it. Okay, I'm done. I'm going to stop. I'm stopping. I really like them. I actually really like it. I had my doubts. I'm not going to lie, I had my doubts in the beginning there. When we were first drawing this mask, I was pretty certain I'd created an abomination. But the end result, actually pretty good. Seems like a pretty chill guy. Very happy with that. Very happy with how that turned out. I will export it, and I'm probably going to implement it into the game off stream tonight after I've had something to eat. What did I just do? Where did I export that to? There he is. Okay, good. Everything's fine. Awesome. Great. Okay, well, that is it from me for today. I'm gonna go get something to eat and chill out for the rest of the evening. It doesn't look like we have enough viewers to raid. I don't think we have any viewers, or do we? Off-grid's still here. Off-grid. Okay, well, maybe we could do a one viewer raid. Not the best raid, but a raid nonetheless. Nobody's even doing game dev, or not on my follow list anyway, so forget about it. Alright, thanks for watching. Good luck. I'll see you in the next one.